that over here. I made it on time. Whoa, hey. I'll type up the tweet real quick. Oh, I just hate how slow Twitter is. Oh no. I didn't copy and paste my page. Also, why is that the thing? We do a little low energy chill stream. Oh no. That, we do a little at everyone. We waiting for the Nintendo Direct. I don't have any. I should play some music or something. Relatively low energy, chilling. Ian, what's up? What's up with the what's up when it comes to Nintendo stuff, and then gonna do ye olden gacha stuff as I was asked. Shoutouts to Breaks. What do we just? Oh yeah, you know, I definitely. You know. What's up? What's up, homie? It's the early hours of the morning. Thus, I'm not using the 3D model. What going Nora stream here? We're probably about to get hit with the meanest copyright strike from Nintendo Music. But big chillin', you know. Going one day at a time. I hope you're doing well, Pepsi Man. We gotta figure out a time for all of us to hang out. Yo, I low-key loved seeing those like before I even got into speedrunning like that. PlayStation Network, like PS4 band percent, was one of the funniest things to show up on my YouTube feed. It was just a 20-second video of like making a PSN account, and then you get the not safe for work wallpaper going, and it's like, yeah, bro, you're banned. That's it. That was the whole video. We did it, chat. We typed fast. That was just it. Yeah, those are fucking absolutely hilarious. Like, how bored do you gotta be to make a a speedrun category of getting banned, getting an account banned. Chad, I got some nice goofy. Yeah, people will speedrun anything. I like to peruse some speedruns at random and see what, like, especially if it's a game I'm playing and like enjoying, I'll check out the speedruns because they're pretty cool. Like most recently, I was watching. Well, I've played through Rayman 2. In my own time, you know, mentally healing. And Rayman Revolution on the PS2 has like a 2-minute speedrun or some shit. It's actually like 10, but the fact that like that's even a thing is crazy, because like you kind of clip out of bounds through a waterfall. And you just kind of go to the end game, which is insane. I don't know how people do it, but shit. Good on them, especially for finding it. Because I sure as fuck couldn't. I was watching Ludwig. I heard that was pretty good. Shoutouts to Ludwig for doing that. I mostly watched turn that down just a little bit. ZFG did a mostly no logic MM rando speedrun. Oh, they had a Daxter speedrun there. I'll have to check that out. I like Daxter. Daxter is like the only other Jack game that I like. So that's fucking good to hear. Cause huge Jack 1 fan. The other Jacks, not too much. Daxter was fun though. I like that. Kind of like it felt like I was playing the first game. Now, if Nintendo can just give me Luigi's Mansion 4 as an announcement next to some Luigi's Mansion 2 gameplay, what am I expecting? Woo! Luigi's Mansion. Like I was saying, I'd love to see Luigi's Mansion 4, like just an announcement. If you know me, huge Luigi's Mansion fan. You could say I'm the #1 fan. Would absolutely pop off, and would play like every single Luigi's Mansion game. Best I could do it. I'll take a new Mario Party. I'm so mad. Especially with the job market as it is. I'd love to get Super Mario Party, the newer one, and do like that would be so easy to just record a video of just playing Mario Party with friends. That'd be the easiest YouTube content of my life. But I'd also just like to play it because it looks good. Like, I thought it looked good. I just think it needed more boards. Because I think there was like, what, like 5 of them? I think. So like 100%, I'd take a new Mario Party. Otherwise, I'd really like to see Metroid Prime 2 remaster show up. Just kind of because like they dropped it out of nowhere one time. I'd like to see them do it again for 2. Because like obviously Metroid Prime 4 is taking up, you know, way longer than they ever expected. Like, I don't think anybody realized like how crazy of a dev time this game would have taken, especially with having to start all over and stuff. So like, I think dropping Metroid Prime 2 and then maybe in like 6 months time do 3, I think, and then build the hype for 4, because Metroid isn't, it's huge. Like, don't get like another series I absolutely adore, Metroid. I wish it was bigger, but I personally don't think it's as big as certain things. So I think you kind of need to build up the hype to it. So I think that'd be a really good way of building hype towards a Metroid Prime 4. So I'd love to see Metroid. And every direct I always hope for you know, Zelda. Any Zelda stuff. We still don't have any way to play Twilight Princess or Wind Waker HD without busting out the Wii U. So I'd like to see that. And you know, I'd take chat. This might be controversial, but I'd take another Hyrule Warriors game. If they don't announce, if they don't really want to do Twilight Princess and Wind Waker, I'm totally okay with that. Give me another Hyrule Warriors game. Those games are insanely good. And if you have a Switch,
this guy stinks!
Come on.
Breaker 24 played Sound Alert. This guy stinks for 1 channel points.
We gonna have to get rid of that. I forgot to get rid of that. Let me get rid of that text-to-speech shit real quick, because that shit pissed me off. Why is it like that? Why? Oh, open this dashboard. Why? Like, it could have been so good. Why does it gotta do that? I'm getting rid of that text-to-speech. Ow! We're removing it. There we go. No more text-to-speech. What's up, Spen? Yeah, I think it just needs to not say the whole fuck. I just need the text-to-speech to read the message. That's it. I don't need it to dox the person's whole fucking government name. I like. What's up, homie? Just talking about the direct. What are so like? You all asked me what my expectations were. What's your expectations for the direct? What you looking for? Because it's about to start soon in like 3 minutes. Mario vs Sonic. It's gonna be tough, but I think I'm gonna go on Sonic's side. Chad, this also may be a controversial opinion, and I'm ready to get cooked. Blasted on Twitter with the quote retweets. Sonic Frontiers has eclipsed anything like Mario I've ever played. I think Sonic Frontiers is infinitely better than any Mario game I've played. Ow. Why are you booing me? I'm right. Well, mostly. Well, in my opinion. Super Mario Wonder was a blast. I love that game to bits. I played through the entirety of Super Mario Wonder with my mom and sister. Super fun. Super recommend that game. Can't believe I've done this. I'm sorry, bro. My eyes have been opened. Hey, we got the one thing that Sonic needed. Open world. As soon as that happened, that game was just, it was clean. And the soundtrack, oh my god. Cemented. That was my game of the year. Spends showing up on the bottom. That's weird, but yours are. Why? Ooh. Is that's a stream elements thing, is it not? Let's see. See if I can fix it. Oh, whoa! Damn! They're just hopping right into it, bro. Whoa, hey. Whoa, relax. Ooh, okay, Mario game? Oh, no shot. Chat, are we?
Luigi!
Is this a Mario and Luigi's game? No way. No shot. Oh. Oh, look how good it looks. Oh. Oh, Chad, it looks so good. Yo. What's up, Blue? Volume for the direct is a little low. We'll boost it up. There we go. Oh. Yo. Okay. Well, Nintendo just blew my mind. There we go. Sorry, chat. Look, it's Mario and Luigi, dude. It's. I hope work's treating you well, Blue. Caught me in the middle of popping off at one of the greatest RPG series of all time, Mario and Luigi. Look at the art style, dude. This shit is cracked. I need it. I needed this on my Mario and Luigi Brothership. November 7th, dude. Ooh.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shinya Takahashi, and I'll be your guide for today's Nintendo Direct.
Bro, you don't even got to.
That was the first new entry in the Mario and Luigi series in almost 9 years. Mario and Luigi Brothership.
Oh.
Please look forward to a seafaring adventure that unfolds across mysterious islands, as well as evolved Bros moves with Mario and Luigi. Okay, let's see the first batch of headlines.
Bring the championships home or on the go. The thrill of the
Okay.
Nintendo World
I think this was
Championship
leaked.
to the Nintendo Switch system. Take on over 150 speedrunning challenges from across 13 NES games, from lightning-fast feats to action-packed battles. Familiarize yourself with each challenge and perfect your timing.
Hold up.
Then give it your best
Hold up,
shot
chat.
and aim for the
I'm trying to-
online leaderboards. You can also try more difficult legend challenges,
Legend.
like completing Super
Chat,
Mario
any
Brothers
speedrunners in the chat?
Stuck on a legend challenge? Check out classified information for handy tips and tricks to help you improve. Put your skills to the test in survival mode, where you'll race against ghost data of players worldwide. After each round, half of the players will be eliminated. You've only got one shot to survive. Will you be the last one standing?
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Nintendo World Championships NES
That's pretty
edition
cool.
launches on Nintendo Switch.
Wish I could
July
speedrun.
18th.
Anybody can speedrun, bro.
Pre-orders for the digital version are available now on Nintendo eShop. A deluxe set containing a physical version of the
Whoa.
game and other bonus items is also available for pre-order. The final battle of Fairy Tail is about to begin.
Oh, brother.
Relive the climactic Alvarez Empire arc from the hit anime Fairy Tail in this
Yeah,
action
we
RPG.
definitely taking a snooze.
Set in the vast kingdom of Fiore, Team Natsu prepares to finish their fight. Engage in real-time battles and unleash powerful attacks.
We definitely
Use
falling
different
asleep,
kinds of
chat.
magic based on who's in your party. Work together with your teammates to take down powerful enemies. Fairy Tail 2 launches on Nintendo Switch this winter.
This is definitely a honk me.
Embark on a multi-dimensional journey. From Final Fantasy series creator Hironobu Sakaguchi and composer Nobuo Uematsu comes
There we
the
go.
turn-based RPG Fantasia.
I wonder. I don't know why. I wonder if it's because it's mobile.
To restore his memories, Leo must confront an evil entity threatening all mankind.
This looks pretty dope, though.
Skills are the ticket to winning battles. Adjust a skill's trajectory to target multiple enemies at once.
Ooh. Okay.
You can also send enemies you've encountered to a separate dimension and fight them later.
Spen, are you still in the chat?
The more enemies there are, the more you can wipe out in one shot.
This is cool.
Let them go!
Now, let us save the world together.
Are you on mobile or on laptop, like on a laptop or something?
Another sport is coming to Spoko Square.
Oh, mobile. That may be why.
Basketball is being added as a free update to the Nintendo Switch
Damn, yo, hoops.
Dribble, pass, and shoot.
This is huge for the
Matches using motion control.
Switch sports fans.
Try out 3-point challenge solo and score as many baskets as you can within the time limit.
Damn.
Up to 4 players can also compete in 5 streak battles.
Oh my god.
Besides local play, you can team up with players worldwide in 2-on-2 online matches.
Ooh, damn.
This free update for Nintendo Switch Sports dunks its way onto Nintendo Switch this summer.
The free update chat. Okay, hold up. I'm trying to go to my own stream. Oh, I want to know why this isn't working. What if I send a hi? Why doesn't Sven's messages show up on the chat thing? This game looks beautiful. I don't know if it's a game I'd buy, but I fucking love the art style. Kind of reminds me of Hollow Knight. Yeah, there's the future Hollow Knight.
It's an array of cartoon classics.
Ew, what's up, Micah?
Leap into a new update for
You did. You made it to the stream.
Monoth's greatest
Woody
detective
Woody
Woody friends can help in the brand new adventure Mystery in Monoth. Uncover hints and evidence scattered throughout the world. Then use the dashboard to crack each case. What big secret lies at the end? Start sleuthing because this free update.
We're watching the direct, the Nintendo Direct right now.
Island Adventure.
Shout outs to your internet. Huge. I also like it when my internet works.
Customize your character.
I don't have any
Friend Hello Kitty,
filters.
Karomi, and other familiar faces in this open world adventure.
Chat, any Hello Kitties
Pals to solve mysteries.
in chat?
Restore Friendship Island when Hello Kitty Island Adventure launches as a timed console exclusive on the Nintendo Switch system next year. Let's get loony in this wacky sports game. Play as Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Porky Pig.
Micah's messages aren't showing up on the little chat thing either.
Sports. Unleash the full power of Acme across iconic levels in up to 4-player local co-op.
Ew.
Falling Anvils, Looney Tunes, Wacky World of
Chat,
Sports.
how do we feel about
Nintendo Switch this fall.
What's up, Doug?
how are we feeling about Looney Tunes sports?
Game on!
Meeting. New crewmate and imposter roles are being added to Among Us. Alert others when eliminated
Among
as
Us.
a noisemaker. Plant tracking devices on others as a tracker. Or turn invisible while taking out players as a phantom. Suss things out when this free update for Among Us sneaks onto Nintendo Switch later today.
Ooh, later today.
A monster army is at your command.
Damn.
This is Felicidad, a realm of monsters. Those who command and raise them are called Farmagia and play a vital role in the land's civilization. 10, a Farmagia, must rise up against the oppressive Magus to stop his vicious reign of the underworld. Raise monsters and lead them into the fight against the Magus' army. Plant seeds, then cultivate, and harvest them to make your buddies come to life.
Oh, but everything's not working fine though.
Give commands to your monsters and exploit enemy weaknesses.
Free
in
update.
action and
Woo.
combat.
You just
Merge all
jump
your battle buddies in your party.
this dude.
Forth a giant fusion summon and
Oh, it's a fucking big ass dragon.
join
Damn.
to stop the Magus in Farmagia.
Farmagia.
Nintendo Switch, November 1st.
No way, bro. We're getting a Donkey Kong Country Returns port.
Returns, a originally released on the Wii system, is barreling onto Nintendo Switch.
Let's go!
The villainous Tiki Tack tribe has hypnotized the local wildlife and stolen Donkey Kong's precious banana horde.
Oh, now we're gaming, chat. Donkey Kong mentioned.
Obstacles in the way? Just stomp them.
Let's fucking go.
And roll on through. Each level is filled with hijinks.
I thought Nintendo forgot about Donkey Kong.
From manic minecarts to high-flying rocket barrels, and even hitching a ride on transportation methods
Chat,
available.
everyone should play a Donkey Kong Country game in their life. They're fantastic. Look at this. Look at this fucking. Oh, it's just so good.
Levels are in store, including
And the music.
additional levels
Listen to
of
the
Nintendo
music, chat.
3DS version.
It's peak.
Donkey Kong
It's
Country
peak.
Returns HD swings on
January
Nintendo Switch system
16th,
January
2025. Damn, bro.
One of Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong's jungle escapades returns in HD. Plenty of wild actions and antics are in store with these Kongs. Next, please take a look at this.
Please take a look at this. Okay. The time is nigh. Fix my fucking chat window? No! It's Dragon Quest! Damn!
Journey with allies to face the Archfiend on an epic adventure. Memorable encounters. Perplexing challenges.
Wish you had a Switch. They're pretty good.
And for
There's a lot of Switch games these days that are pretty hype.
an iconic RPG remade in HD 2D.
Chat, remember when we started Dragon Quest XI and didn't finish it? I remember that.
Forge your own path. The legacy begins. Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake.
HD 2D Remake.
Coming to Nintendo Switch, November 14th.
Go, they're adding stuff. Experience the complete Erdrick trilogy. Chat, what does that mean? It's a trilogy, but it's only 1 and 2?
ご覧の皆様、こんにちは、堀井裕二です。ドラゴンクエスト3の映像、いかがでしたか？ようやく発売日を発表できて、僕も嬉しく思います。そして今日、
Yeah, it's like a HD
ドラゴンクエスト
2D
1&2 も
thing.
HD2D で蘇ることが決定しました。時系列としては3が物語の始めるとなっており、3、1、2の順番でプレイしてもらうとあっと驚く展開が待っています。ロト3部作となる3と 1&2 どちらもぜひ楽しんでもらえたら嬉しいです。
Oh, oh, so it's all one. So it's 3. But why did it just say 1 and 2? Was I stupid? Did I miss the 3?
We hope you're excited to play the entire Erdrick trilogy, now in HD 2D.
Oh, the does are gonna love this one.
Let's have some fun.
Funko Pops.
Say hello to Jaws.
Quiet. What? Jaws.
Great Scott! Is that Marty McFly? The world of Funko is coming to life in this action-adventure mashup for the ages. Play with more than 60 characters as you explore locations based on over 20 iconic movies, TV shows, and more. Use special skills and crafted gadgets to explore epic worlds,
Freddy Fazbear.
unique puzzles, hidden areas, and familiar foes.
FNAF mentioned, FNAF mentioned, FNAF mentioned.
Cylons from Battlestar Galactica. They're certainly not toying around. Unbox the universe when Funko Fusion pops onto Nintendo Switch September 13th. We've got a smorgasbord of spooky, silly, and strategic games.
Ooh, okay, okay.
Ready for an adventure of
Let's go!
proportions?
Let's go, Luigi!
And explore multiple mansions.
Chat, this is the greatest horror game ever made.
Goofy ghosts, tricky traps, and other supernatural
Oh yeah, Luigi
shenanigans.
time.
Luigi's Mansion 2 HD launches on Nintendo Switch.
Look at it.
June
Look
27th.
at
Pre-orders are
it's
available now
it's
on
just the greatest
Nintendo
game
Shop.
ever made.
Meet the quirky little Dempa Man.
It's the
Find
greatest
your
game ever
gadgets
made,
and
chat.
win
What can I
an
say?
RPG adventure. Explore
It's peak.
dungeons and battle monsters. Customize all sorts of outfits. Decorate your island however you'd like, and more. Plus, up to 4 players in local co-op can team up to catch special Dempa Man. The new Dempa Man is free to play and launches as a timed exclusive on Nintendo Switch.
Dude,
July
timed
22nd.
exclusive.
Strategize away in this tower defense installment of the Metal Slug series. Take control of your forces and pulverize enemy strongholds. Choose from over 300 units with different abilities and build out your decks to win tactical tussles. You can also slug it out with other players in online battles. Metal Slug Attack Reloaded storms onto the Nintendo Switch system later today. Embark on an expedition of the damned in this eagerly awaited
Oh
sequel
yeah,
to the
Luigi
Gacha
time.
roguelike RPG. Board your stagecoach and set off across.
Chat, this game is really good. If you haven't played this, super recommend.
Nightmarish fiends in turn-based combat. And
So it said I'm on the side. I'm looking at a tutorial thing for the
July 15th. Pre-orders begin
my
later
little
today.
chat.
Nintendo
Oh
Shop.
no, dude.
More classic titles are on the way.
So it said, oh brother, what are we talking about?
And team up online to explore randomized dungeons.
These are actually good
in The
games,
Legend of
chat. I'm
Zelda,
just-
a link to the past 4 swords.
Whoa,
Experience the
Metroid!
remake of Samus's first adventure in Metroid Zero Mission.
Let's go. Metroid
Plus,
mentioned.
Coming to the new Nintendo 64, Nintendo Switch Online Mature 17 Plus collection of games.
Turok.
Brave the
What?
dangerous lost land to stop the campaigners' nefarious schemes in Turok, Dinosaur Hunter.
This didn't fix my problem at all. Ooh,
Infiltrate
chat.
a corporation to end their alien
Chat.
conspiracy in Perfect Dark.
Chat.
Now with online multiplayer.
Oh, it's got online multiplayer.
Will be available for Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack members. later
Oh.
today.
If I paid, if I paid for
Set sail to
that,
save the day.
I would be all over that.
Valiant.
This is Verona, a young woman with the ability to communicate with phantoms.
Oh, that's so sick. We love to see it.
To save her friend Ash. In this new installment in the Phantom Brave series. Take on tactical turn-based battles, where you'll combine the phantoms you befriended with objects in various ways. Combine phantoms with certain objects to maneuver them. Combine with a cannon to attack a large area. A fan to blow enemies around. Or combine with Marona herself for show-stopping abilities that can turn the tide of battle.
Do this.
Phantom Brave, the lost hero.
Yeah, baby, let's go. Do, 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 do.
This one's gonna take you for a ride.
Ba-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na.
7 arcade games featuring Marvel and Capcom characters are fighting
Okay.
on the Nintendo Switch as one collection.
Damn.
X-Men versus Street Fighter. Duke it out in Marvel vs. Capcom 2 New Age of Heroes. Take down the Kingpin in the beat-em-up side-scroller The Punisher, and more. Hit up training mode to polish your fighting skills and combos. Select
You want to
one
see a
rival
motherfucking infinite? Oh.
or play co-op in The Punisher. You can also cross over to the museum
Where's Shin?
to do artwork
Not here.
or listen to music from each game.
I wanna take you for a ride.
Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics launches on Nintendo Switch this year.
Go Mario Party.
The latest game in the Mario Party series takes place on an enormous island resort.
Pepsi Man called it.
Mario Party minigames yet in Super Mario Party Jamboree.
Super Mario Party
See some of
Jamboree.
the new boards where you'll compete to collect the most stars.
Oh, this is literally what we were talking about. Exactly what it
To
needed.
travel between floors in
Oh, they-
Rainbow Galleria.
Oh, they made new
Gain
ones.
coins to get a star at half price when they're on flash sale. But act fast. Ride around and stay on track in Roll'em Raceway. With the new Turbo Dice item, you can move up to 40 spaces with a lucky roll. Here on Goomba Lagoon, the ebb and flow of the tide can change your path. And things really get mixed up when the volcano blows its top. Along with 5
Yo.
new game boards, 2 boards from previous Mario Party games make their return. Some mini games are action-packed challenges.
And new mini games,
Trials,
bro.
A battle of wits, and more. And some are controlled by gently shaking or tilting your Joy-Con controllers.
Chat, we eating good.
110 mini games. There's a wide variety to enjoy.
Wow. Wow.
Also,
Koopathon.
20 players can go head-to-head online in the Koopathlon mode. Compete against your rivals and aim for first place. Try your best to come out on top.
Yo, this is sick.
Wait, there are even more new modes? The biggest Mario Party yet will soon be underway when the Super Mario Party Jamboree game launches on the Nintendo Switch system October 17th.
Chat. I'm sorry.
That was the latest installment in the Mario Party
Nobody does it like
Mario Party
Nintendo does it.
Jamboree. With new boards, mini games, 20-player online gameplay, and more, get ready for the biggest
Yeah,
Mario Party
it's been a
in
while.
series history. And now, please take a look at this.
Please take a look at this. Oh, and we are getting another Zelda game. Which one is it though? Oh, is it a port of the 3DS one? Ooh. Bum, ba-da-dum. Are we getting a Zelda game? Like an actual, like The Legend of Zelda, it's an actual Zelda game? No way. You sly dogs, you did it. I can't believe you did it.
Hello, everyone. I'm Eiji Aonuma, producer of the Legend of Zelda series.
Wow. Oh, I wish I put the 3D model on it. You should see I'm in shock.
Of wisdom. This time around, Link has vanished. Now, it's up to Princess Zelda to step into the protagonist role. You might be thinking, will Zelda fight with a sword then? Here,
Oh, we definitely gonna need a...
conventions seen in past Legend of Zelda games with a top-down perspective. To explain more, please take a look
We
at
gonna
this
need a
video.
clip of that.
Legend of Zelda series.
Stolen away. Across the vast lands of Hyrule, strange rifts have appeared and have taken many people, including Link. Now alone, Zelda meets the fairy Tri.
Sorry, chat. We doing a little editing.
Rod, and sets off on a journey across Hyrule to save her kingdom.
Oh,
By waving the
yo.
Tri-Rod at a table she found, Zelda learned how to create an imitation of it called an echo. Once you learn an echo of something, you can recreate it
No
whenever you
shot,
like. Even if
dude.
there's a wall blocking your path, you can create echoes of tables to get a leg up. Just like that. You can create
Nintendo
wooden
just does it
boxes,
every time, dude.
beds, and unusual
Nintendo
things
just
like
does it every
waterfalls.
time.
How you use them separately or together is entirely up to you. Learn and create echoes of things you find while exploring Hyrule.
Oh my
You might be
god.
surprised at what you discover. Even battles will look different. You could pick up and throw a rock echo, for example. That's not all, though. You can also create echoes of monsters. After doing so, they'll fight by your side.
Ooh.
Monsters have different abilities, so choose the one you want to create based on the situation. Wisdom is key, after all.
Nah, this is sick.
In a Hyrule without Link,
Ooh.
the fate of the kingdom is now in Zelda's hands.
Oh. We will be buying.
I hope you enjoyed this demonstration of the Echo ability, which channels Princess Zelda's wisdom. There are a lot of echoes in this game. To be honest, I haven't counted them all yet. How you solve
This will be a full
puzzles
playthrough.
will change
Absolutely.
depending on the echoes used. In short, we've created a game where each player's experience will be different. The Legend
They
of Zelda
mean that, too.
Echoes of Wisdom launches September 26th.
When Nintendo says this, this is true. Every time they've said a playthrough will be different,
Hope you're looking forward to playing as Zelda in this new adventure.
like every person's playthrough will be
Now,
different,
I'd like
they
to
meant
return
it.
This moment I'd stolen away back to Mr. Takahashi.
Oh, was the Princess Peach game not good?
Please look forward to the newest entry in the Legend of Zelda series.
Oh yeah, we will be playing.
Let loose and party on.
Don't care what the people stare. I'ma do me, I'm gonna dye my hair. I don't care, the world is mine. You better listen up. You don't wanna waste my time. We taking over. Flipping the square. You better watch out.
Facts. Ubisoft has fallen off immensely.
Know I'm a fighter. My vibes take you higher. Head to toe, I'm designed. Get your hands in the air, but you just can't touch me now. Da, 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 ooh, da, da. Oh boy, we're not the ones
Coaches.
mess with, 'cause we are on top of our game right now. We got the boss vibes. Oh, now
Mario Rabbids 3. Motherfucker, did you even play the second one? Be honest.
A new Lego adventure is on the horizon.
Okay.
It's the world of Horizon in Lego form. Join Machine Hunter Aloy on a quest to save the world from an ancient evil. Journey
I'm trying to fix the thing while watching.
into the cauldrons. Climb up onto tall necks and traverse other locations inspired by
Aloy, woo!
But be careful. Swarms of machines are lurking everywhere. Use an array of gadgets like blast boots and gravity bombs to hunt them down. From the
It looks cool. I actually need to sit down and play a Horizon game.
Come across the fearsome Thunderjaw.
I own it on Steam and I started it. I
You
just
can help Aloy rebuild her home.
never
Customize her appearance with lots of outfits.
never got through it.
You don't have to explore this vast wilderness alone. Team up with familiar faces from the world of Horizon in 2-player local or online co-op.
Oh, online co-op.
Lego Horizon Adventures launches on Nintendo Switch this holiday.
I don't know what it is. I can't get anyone else's
Gray's journey begins.
messages to show up. I even reset like the whole thing. Chad, I heard this game was really good. I haven't played it myself though.
Decaying Cyber City through the eyes of a cat separated from their family and friends. Explore alongside a drone known as B-12 to find your way home. Carefully climb to the highest heights. Create new paths for yourself.
They killed the graphics.
And
Damn.
into tight spaces. Think like a cat to make your way through the city.
Switch is getting everything, bro.
Not everyone is excited to have you slinking around, including hordes of hostile creatures ready to swarm. Keep exploring to venture into more areas of this unfamiliar world. And make
I wonder
your
if
way
it's like a
back to
privacy setting on my end. But like no, like all my shit's set to like no privacy
this holiday.
stuff.
Welcome home, Hobbit. If you've ever wanted to live like a hobbit from the Lord of the Rings, now a leisurely existence
Oh,
nestled
brother,
in
dude.
an idyllic
Ah.
corner of Middle Earth can be yours. Customize your
What?
appearance, decorate your home, and settle into life in the
Ooh.
Shire. As a newcomer to the little haven of
Hobbit sim
you can
life.
befriend your neighbors, work together to solve problems, and even share a meal or 3. Explore, garden,
Or 3.
fish, forage, and cook.
Okay.
The best way to build a Hobbit community is by hosting a dinner party with your homemade dishes. Plus, you can trade with your neighbors for unique decorations or special ingredients. for tastier
Hey,
meals.
trading?
Friendly hobbits and familiar faces await your arrival when Tales of the Shire launches on the Nintendo Switch system this holiday. Investigate.
Shoutouts to
interrogate,
the people who love that.
2 Ace Attorney spin-off games, including a sequel that was previously unreleased outside of Japan, are
Oh,
coming to Nintendo
a lot of
Switch
people
as
love these
one
games.
collection.
I never played Phoenix Wright.
Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, take the case out of the courtroom and investigate crime scenes. Gather information by interviewing people and inspecting
Take that!
evidence. Then use the power of logic to solve challenging
Logic.
cases.
We don't use that here.
All new hand-drawn character
It was a good one.
visuals from the original series character designer, or swap to the original sprites for a more classic
Ooh,
look.
look at those
Take a break
OG
from your
sprites, bro.
investigation to explore the gallery, where you'll find character art, music, including orchestral arrangements, and more.
God dang, they got everything.
Collide as you uncover the truth.
Yeah, why is it? It's only showing mods.
Ace Attorney Investigations Collection launches on Nintendo Switch September 6th.
Why?
Pre-orders begin later today.
Why
Nintendo each
is chat only displaying mods on Twitch? Are we getting another? This sounds like Danganronpa music. Bow, bow. Sometimes the cookies cache on your browser can get corrupted, which can trigger. So we recommend.
A mysterious school mascot suddenly appears. While Takumi manages to get out of harm's way, he's then forced to enroll at the Last Defense Academy, along with 15 other students.
Oh!
Their mission is to defend the school from hostile student enemies for 100 days.
For 100 days?
An academy shrouded in secrecy. And the unavoidable loss of allies. Can Takumi survive this 100-day trial, colored by extreme and despair, and return to his normal life?
This is interesting. I dig it.
The 100-line Last Defense Academy, launching on Nintendo Switch early next year.
Early next year.
Embark on a saga.
Okay, that was clean. I dig it.
A full remake of Romancing Saga 2 is marching on to Nintendo Switch.
I don't know these games, Chad. This
The Empire of Varen across multiple generations, while challenging the legendary 7 heroes who have turned to darkness. In combat, use returning Saga features like glimmers to learn skills, and formations to enhance abilities. Turn-based battles have also evolved into timeline battles, where the action order is key. Innovative features like United Attack can also help with strategy. How will you expand your empire?
It looks good.
In which order will you fight the 7 heroes?
It looks good.
Every decision you make will dramatically alter the course of the story.
Saga fans are popping off.
Safeguard your empire's future and protect your legacy from peril. Otherwise, the vengeful 7 heroes may emerge victorious. Romancing Saga 2, Revenge.
Romancing Saga 2.
Nintendo Switch, October 24th.
We hope you're excited to experience the full remake of Romancing Saga 2. That's almost everything for today's Nintendo Direct. Next will be our last announcement.
Ooh. Slow mode, deleted messages, screen reader. Roll only, pop out chat. Oh, what did I say? What did I? Oh, let's go. Look, it looks so good. Oh, look, chat, this is a Switch game. Look how good this looks. Chat, we won. This is it. Oh, look at it. Oh. Oh. Look at this shit, bro. It looks so good. She looks so good. She looks so good. Prime 4 Beyond. It's releasing on the Switch. Do you know how crazy that is? Oh, the music, bro. Listen to the music. I could cry. I could actually cry. It was all worth it, bro. This alone was worth it. So worth it.
That was a first look at Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. After a very long time, we are finally able to share more information about
They did
this
it.
title.
They did it.
Release is planned for 2025.
If they have to delay it, do
A
it.
little bit longer. We hope you're looking forward to Samus Aran's new adventure.
This is a Switch title, bro.
Direct. Thank you for watching.
We won. We won. We won. That's it. Chat, we're good. Before this game comes out, we're playing through every single Metroid game. I promise you. That shit's peak. It's over. Really, I should end the stream like we did. We don't even gotta like, this is just, what can I say? That's the end. Nintendo just did it. They do it every time. Every time I pop off. I can't believe it, bro. That shit looks so good. Run that back. Run that back again. Run that back again. Chat, we gonna run that back again. No new Switch announcement? No, they said they weren't going to announce anything about the Switch 2 on Twitter beforehand. Chat, look at this. Chat, look at this, bro. Look. Look at how good she looks, bro. Look at this. She just looks so good. She looks so good. They did Samus so good. It's Retro Studios, so they know how to nail it. The environments, the scanning, they're bringing back scanning, which has been a huge thing for the Prime series. This is how you get all your lore, chat. Like, just look at the dial. It's, oh, and the visuals on the side. Oh my god. Look. It's so good. The lock on. There's gonna be so many things to play. The UI just looks phenomenal. I mean, come on. And the cutscenes, bro. I'm so glad Metroid's getting this kind of treatment. Oh. We made it. We made it, bro. Look at the water. Like, the water just looks good. Oh my god, bro. I need it. I need it. I need it, bro.
That was a first.
Oh my god. That shit was so good. And just like the attention to details also just so good. Like, just to put it out there. Yeah, we running it back, chat. We running it back. You know I gotta glaze. Look at when she starts shooting, look. That shit reacts on the gun too. Ooh, the missile. Chat. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good, chat. Dear sweet heavens. Like, they even, like, not never, but like very rarely do we see like humans kind of like perusing around in a Metroid game. Oh, like, and this dude's walking around with Metroids and they're not just fucking trying to eat his ass. We won. We won. It's perfect. It's perfect, bro. Oh my god.
That was a first look at Metroid Prime 4.
I'm not gonna get over this for the rest of the day, chat.
We are finally able to share more information.
How am I supposed to
Release is planned for 2025.
how am I supposed to jump to anything after seeing that?
We hope you're looking forward.
Like this is crazy. They've never. Oh, I didn't think it was gonna be possible, bro. Like she just looks so good. I could look at this trailer for the next year. And I wish I was joking. Chat, this was a peak direct. Mario and Luigi's coming back. Metroid Prime 4 mentioned. A solo Zelda game. Bro. We won. Like that's it. That's it. We won. We like look at it. Look. It's so beautiful, bro. And then just this just looks so good too. The art style's fantastic. We're going back to turn-based stuff. Like this opening was crazy. Yeah, chat, I might be doing spins on it. Look, bro. It's so good. Bro, we won. New Mario Party game. Mario and Luigi. Like, you can say a lot of things about Nintendo, but when they lock the fuck in, nobody does it better than Nintendo. I'm sorry, they just doesn't come close. Like, when they really just fucking do it, they fucking do it. This shit is crazy. Yeah. This is crazy. I honestly, like, my expectations were pretty low for this direct. I didn't think they were gonna go too crazy. Truth be told. Like, honestly, like, I definitely wasn't expecting all this. But this direct was crazy. What else? The Donkey Kong port. I mean, it's a port, but it's something. It could lead to more stuff. Like by the Switch 2, we could get a new Donkey Kong game. And it looks so good. It looks so good. And then, you know, of course, the GOAT, Luigi's Mansion. What more can we say? It's Luigi's Mansion. What is there not to like? Like it just, oh. Yeah, Nintendo kind of sold me. I'm doing spins on it. One might say front flips on it. Chat, we gonna watch this one more time. I promise this is gonna be the last time we watch this.
That's almost.
Chat, I gotta watch it one more time. We gotta watch it one more time. I'm sorry. Look how good the ship looks, bro. Chat. Samus is the coolest woman in gaming. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Hey, you can't convince me. She's the GOAT. She's the GOAT. She's got all the sauce. Look, bro. Oh my god, they fucking done it. Dude, this shit's so good. God dang. It's peak. Like, look, the designs are so nuts. Ooh. Oh. Please, bro, please. I just need it slid onto my desk. Look. It's so beautiful, bro. It's so beautiful. Oh my god. It's so beautiful. It's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I don't know, chat. It's just I don't know. This might be the greatest direct ever. Yes, I'm biased. No, I will not say sorry. However, I am going to, you know, do what I said. However, I will be BRB, and then we'll do the other segment of the stream, and I'm you're just gonna have to hear me talk about Metroid throughout the whole thing. But I'll be right back, chat. Don't go anywhere. All right, chat. We're no longer BRBing. We're back. Let me go here real quick so I can set up. Yeah, close. Chat, what did we think about the direct? You know, you heard me popping off all day. What did you all think of the direct? Did it meet your expectations? Were you excited? A tier? Facts. This is facts. For me, bro, God, dog. Oh yeah, I gotta. Where's my stream manager? I gotta swap the. Where is? Oh, edit stream info. We're swapping the category to Honkai Star Rail. There we go. Bam. There's too many L's to give it an S. It's true. Lord Almighty. I need Metroid Prime 4 on my desk. Hopefully we might have to go back to this chat box. And I really love the horizontal one though, chat. Okay. And then we're gonna one more time refresh hash of current page. Hopefully the rest of chat shows up. Chat, who should we put up on the support page? I feel like being nice. Let's put Ron May. Lord Almighty. Oh, this is Honkai Star Rail. This is what we be talking about all the time. We got to do the dailies real quick. I promised I'd run dailies and stuff, and then do the weekly stuff as well. Spen, are you still in the chat? I want to see if refreshing the cache on my website and stuff fix the chat log. Oh, Micah! I gotta go to my farming. Shoutouts to Blues Fu Xuan. Fu Xuan. She's the goat. I'm out of coffee.
Happy New Year! Converge and awaken.
Destined for oblivion. I weep for the departed.
Wow. Yeah, we finally we on Star Rail. After, I keep my promises.
Time to say bye.
I do a little keeping of the promises. I just got to get my daily stuff out of the way because I have resin to spend. I should have done it while the direct was going, but goddamn, how could I? That shit was banger. What is this source? Oh, we doing a little relic farming. You never know what might pop up. This could be good if it wasn't HP. That's so weird. So, Ed, sorry I keep talking about it just because it's absolutely weird. So these are the two different chats that I got.
Relax. Time to say bye. Boom.
So your name pops up on this, this top left one, but not the bottom one for some reason. I don't know why that is the way that it is. We'll keep this chat up for now. Speed and crit ain't bad. Got the boogie, yeah. That's how I got it set up. Chat gets the boogie emote.
Destined for oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
I love when auto just gets to do its own thing.
Still waters of oblivion.
I need to update it to the current like model design. Yeah, the boogie emote's fantastic. That's probably one of the greatest, like, gotta be like top 5 commissions I've ever done.
It too shall fall.
I need to update it. I'm not too excited about those, if I'm being completely honest.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Relax. Still waters of oblivion.
I'm still sad about the updates, I guess, that we'll be getting. The 2.4 patch. Really only looking forward to March. Everything else is just kind of eh. Not really looking forward to the characters.
It too shall fall. Stand still.
That's still the biggest letdown. But we push through. Somehow, some way, we'll make it through. We'll just for me, it'll be
I weep for the departed.
more science.
It too shall fall. Relax. Still waters of oblivion.
I'm still thinking about the direct, man. That shit was crazy. I'm gonna be going crazy about that. Probably for the rest of the day. God damn.
Boom. I weep for the departed.
Yeah, they're aight.
It too shall fall. Destined for oblivion.
Zhao Chu's animations are a. Jun-Li looks okay. I'll have to see who's like being reran and choose then.
Together as one.
Still waters of oblivion.
Whichever banner has, you know, the new March 7th Eidolons. And, we'll have to call it there. Because, I at least want to get her to E2. Ideally, E6. Ideally, E6. But we'll see. Yeah, I think they blew their load on Firefly's stuff. All the trailers, all the animations and stuff kind of went to Firefly, and that was kind of that. All right. There we go. All right, chat. It's time for the most fun part of the stream. And that's MOC. I'm gonna try and do as much of this as I can here. I'm gonna have to mess around. Because I think... Yeah, that's fine. I think I did a little maneuvering. That's fine. Ugh. He's so ass. Yeah, we gonna see Schmoldan. Schmoldan is making an appearance. Chat. My account may look stacked, but goddamn, my shit is ass. I don't play this game optimally.
Do you want to enter the...
Because I think, and this is why, like, this is a very rare stream for me. From me, I guess I should say. Because, like, I don't really fucks with gacha content creation stuff. I think it's very mid, respectfully. I guess I keep Gwyn there, or my goat. Although I kind of robbed him of a lot of shit. We have to give him his shit back. Which one should we give him? And ideally we give him one with break, but I don't got one, bro. All my shit's garbage. I've talked about it a couple times, but yeah, then we give you this one, and then we give you this one. It's ass. Don't look at it. Don't look at it, chat. It's not great. My month off from this game, month or two off from this game was definitely a thing. Yo, what's up, Tempo? You definitely missed the funny direct. Arguably one of the best directs of all time. That shit was crazy. I wish I saved some clips too. I need to make a like a command that just clips a 60-second segment.
This will strengthen.
That way I can, like, in this instance, I could, you know, show my reactions to some stuff. It's like, it'll be in the VOD, but like, it just would be good.
Move carefully.
Okay. Yeah, getting good gear is a bit crazy.
A quick divination.
We just do this.
Commencing support.
The truth of life and death.
And then we break with Big Dan. Boom, 72k.
Net markers activate. Time for a good old counterattack.
Then we get that. No crits. We love to see it. Gots to roll. Hey, appreciate you pulling through, Pepsi Man. I hope work treats you well, homie. Huge thanks for the support. Good luck with work. I gotta. There we go. Take it easy, brother. Do I want to break? No, I don't think I do.
Every petal in life's garden, all will be swept away by the wind.
I think I want Big Dan to get that break. I mean, it doesn't matter, but I'd rather have Dan move twice.
Fighting is meaningless.
And then I don't think we want to use his ult yet. Dan's gonna be able to move again.
I've no interest in conflict.
So then we do this.
The truth of life and death.
And then we break with Big Dan. Dead. We get to move again. Small Dan can work, chat. It's just kind of gets a little awkward. We're gonna do. So I know I said don't really want to do this with Pela, but
Enemy data secure. Net markers activate. Time for
Small Dan does good stuff.
There's more to life.
And then whoop. And then we save the ult.
Ready for another? Enemy data secured. Net markers
We definitely want to ult with Pela here to get the buff. We want to get rid of this asshole as fast as possible. Shoutouts to Fu.
I've no interest in conflict.
Oh yeah, new Mario and Luigi, banger. That's gonna be a full playthrough on the channel. 130k, bam! Look at that, putting in work. New Mario and Luigi game looks so fire. And then we're getting a solo Zelda game, like.
Enemy data secured. Net markers activate. Time for a good old counterattack.
I'm telling you, Break Dan kind of goes crazy. Yeah, that would have been funny. Called it Legend of Link. That was close.
Together. Together as one.
There we go. I'm mad. I had a previous run that was way better than this.
Existence is unity.
Turn-wise, and it's just not going my way this time.
Petal and all will be swept away by the wind.
Legend of Link would have been funny. This works out.
Fighting is meaningless.
We don't want to get jumped. Man, this is not going the way the last time I did this worked.
Yin and yang.
We live on the edge here.
I've no interest in conflict.
Can I just...
The truth of life.
Let's see if Dan can just kill this motherfucker. For sure, this kills. God dang.
Enemy targets detected. Enemy data secured.
Yeah, that definitely would have been GG.
Time for a good old counterattack.
There's just so many good announcements.
All things in this world, human creations.
Donkey Kong Country Returns coming back is so huge. Ooh, actually, this might be good. And just end this here. Go Pela, boom! Alright, we got 6 cycles to do this.
Please stay tuned. We need a strategy. Strike first.
It's yeehaw time.
Haven't eaten yet. Bring it on.
We stance that one to get 2 charges of yeehaw.
There's no reasoning with you bunch anymore. Those
We do this so we can break them. Oh, where did I miscalc? We gonna have to restart, bro. I hate MOC, bro. Where did I go wrong? Oh, was it because I used Luca?
locked and loaded.
Please stay tuned.
Watch yourself.
We do this instead. Unless if I'm stupid. Yeah, this motherfucker hurts.
Bring it on. Waiting in line for a bullet. There's no reasoning with you bunch. Those with a loaded gun. Those who dig their own grave.
How did I do this? Because I definitely remember breaking him first turn. That's strange. Well, I guess if anybody's gonna do it,
Rhythm get messed up.
we get this for free. Hopefully give us ult. Huge.
The punches decide.
Step out of it. All of you stand still. Bring it on. Time's up.
Oh, my Luca is in shambles because my boot hill ate all his equipment. We need to build up skill points. Ouch. Ouch. Ouch.
Where's the applause? Let's see some sparks.
Yo, what's up, Volt? We're just talking about the direct and doing Star Rail stuff.
Step up, let's see ya. How's this taste? I'm guessing there's no reasoning with you. Those with a loaded gun. Those who dig their own grave.
Ah, I hate having to use my ult like this, but... Oh, we gon' have to.
Yet. In the mood for another beating?
Actually, this is fine.
All of you stand still.
Oh no, I hate the click, bro. That's not what I wanted to do. I think we can still squeeze this out, though.
Indulge yourselves!
I think we can still squeeze this out. Okay, I have an idea.
The mood is set just right.
Yeah,
Let the show
the setup is just kind of ass.
Take your positions.
Okay. So we don't want to hit this fucker. Luca's gonna wake up. Oh, this shit is ass, bro.
Don't miss the best timing for an attack. Let's
We're gonna have to do this. Make him mad. Oh, Luca doesn't wake up for that?
Waiting in line for a bullet.
We fucked up, chat.
Bring it on. There's your reward. There's no reason.
We Oko that fucker. We're going to have to... We're gonna have to kill this guy. Oh, well. And we gotta restart.
I'll be taking point. Locked and loaded.
Please stay tuned.
That's a run killer right there. I'm really trying to remember how I went about this last time.
Come on, let's do this.
We want to use this so we get 2.
All of you stand still. Bring it on.
Volt, what did you think of the direct?
There's no reasoning with you bunch anymore. Those with a loaded gun. Those who dig their own grave.
We still talking about the direct. That brings it down. Well, this is fine. So we do this. And then we heal. We get besotted. This works out fantastically.
Waiting in line for a bullet. Let's do it. There's your reward.
Boom.
Rhythm get messed up.
Then we get a free one.
In the mood for another beating?
And then we hold ult?
Nice, like my friend.
Nah, because these two are fucking low as hell. We get some skill points here. It's gonna be a waste of Gal, but I think this is fine.
Step up, let's see it.
The punches decide. Don't get cocky.
There we go.
Bring it on.
Take your position.
I really just need to bring Kafka here, I think. I think Luca's great, but he's a bit too slow.
Let's do it.
I have nothing to break these enemies.
Stay in step. Dreams do come true.
Small fry. Step out of it.
We get 2 of these, and then these motherfuckers show up. We have to kill this one. This one's the biggie.
Where's the applause?
Ideally, we want to kill this thing this turn.
Let's see some sparks fly.
The mood is set. Just let the show begin.
We blow our load.
Nice like a good brew. Full-bodied and sweet. My friends, indulge yourselves!
Is this enough? I mean, obviously, we're going to do this. Yeah, this is enough. Just have to hope it kills. And it does. Absolutely huge. We want to use Gal's thing on this.
Take your positions.
It's a bad hit, but, you know, it is what it is. Okay. No. I know what I'm gonna do. Luca's sleep. We do this. We get the break. We do this. There we go. There we go, chat. We cut it a little close.
There's no reasoning with you. Those with the loaded gun. Those who dig their own grave.
Yeehaw comes through. Boom. that took way more cycles than it should have. Sam. Fire, ice, and imaginary. Sam is electric quantum. So we're gonna put you here. I think you'll go with this team way better. And we gotta swap you out with Gwen. Or on this. Chuchway time? We could do it. I mean, fuck it. Why not, right? I mean, ideally, I think... Honestly... You might be spitting. Might be spitting something. Electric. I mean, ideally it'd probably be something like this. Actually, take Gal out of here and we put you. I did. But it was more for Super Break. Is what I built her for. Might be the Jouet pick. And then we put Gal on this team, maybe. Maybe. Oh, I don't know. It's a bit rough. Or we could stop fucking around and just put Acheron on the team. She's not a break unit, but like it could work out. Cause then we could run something like this. It's a bit skill heavy, but I think it'd work out anyways. Again, the only problem is break. Break would be an issue. Ah, you just have to be. God damn it, Sam. I know you're a fire unit, but why couldn't you be fire? I'd run Gwynaifen on the team. I think we'll try this. I think we'll try this setup. And then go from there. Oh, or do I do this? We get a little crazy with it. Really just fuck up the SP values. I don't know, chat. Oh, it's a difficult decision. Because like I usually run Bronya with usually with this set. That way she can just take another turn and get another 3. That way she can ult super fast. However, if you don't kill something, it's just kind of like, what are you doing? What are we doing here? I'm gonna give it a shot. I ain't never been built beach before. It's probably a terrible idea. We're gonna need Gal to kind of go crazy. We do this. And then boop. And then we get an ult. We do this for free.
In the mood for another beating?
And we get an ult. And then we ult with Gal for the break and the super break. Ooh, actually... Yeah, we're gonna wait. This is fine. And we do this. I lied, chat. We're gonna do this. Boom.
Get messed up. Dreams do come true.
We're gonna do this. This breaks the Trotter. And we get the buff. Boom. We get that big super break damage. We're ahead of the game, bro. We're just that good. Ooh, Acheron, Kafka, HMC for Sam. That's fair.
Take your positions.
That is fair. Okay. We do this.
Commencing support.
I think we can wait.
Enemy data secured. Net markers
We do this.
Forget your wallet?
It's so hard. I don't know who I want to take the hit. Maybe it would have been a better idea to put Fu on this team instead and take out Gwyn.
Stay in step.
We're gonna do this. Ouch. Okay.
Great teamwork. The mood is set just right. Let the show
We're definitely gonna be breaking targets. Ouch. Okay. No, dude. I was trying to get to the trotter, man. Okay. Because we want... What's his name? To do the break. Oh, Gwynifen died, dude. Oh, mama.
Maybe this one's not.
Please stay tuned.
Oh, this is why I hate this game mode, bro.
Everyone's a customer.
This time for sure, though. We don't do that because it's just gonna break. We get the main dot.
Forget your wallet?
We do this again.
Take your positions.
In the mood for another beating?
Come feast your eyes. Happy New Year!
Jingliu. That's fair. I don't have Jingliu.
Enemy targets detected.
The mood is set. Let the show begin.
I think breaking with Pela is fine.
Enemy data secured. Net markers
We get
activated.
super break damage off of this.
Rhythm get messed up. Dreams do come true.
Life's like a good brew, my friends. Indulge yourselves! It ain't over.
Yeah. You know, just the measly numbers.
Ready for another?
The measly 100k. We have to get rid of this motherfucker. This motherfucker is a menace. How do you... Is there a way to... Okay. Today is the day that I learned you can use WAS to choose your targets. I've just been using the click. That being said, whoop. We're doing fine right now, so I'm gonna do this.
Commencing support. Enemy data secured. Net markers activated.
That way we get the break on the trotter.
Enemy targets detected.
Since you're already being looked at, we'll do this, and then this. Oh, unlucky hit, bro. You couldn't have hit the other two. Oh, we live in though. We're alive, but barely.
Stay in step.
This sucks. I think Gwyn is just dead here.
Come feast your eyes. Happy New Year!
Yeah, Gwyn is just dead here, which sucks.
The mood is set. Let the show begin.
Bro. What are we even talking about? We might have to put Fu on this team. Bro, you know you don't want to. Bro. I hate this game mode.
Please stay tuned.
Oh 07.
Everyone's a customer.
07's in chat. We do this for free.
Step up, let's see ya.
Happy New Year.
We do this.
The mood is set. Let the show begin.
This time for sure.
Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Ooh.
Dreams do come true.
Should switch Gwyn to break. It'd be interesting. I don't know how. I haven't tested her break numbers myself. I'm running 2 sets of attack stuff. Basically so her dots do more because she puts so many on.
Ready for another?
It'd be interesting though. Golly gee willikers. We do this so he takes the hit.
Enemy data secured.
We do this.
Time for a good old counterattack.
Because we want the break.
Ready for another?
Hmm.
Take your positions.
God damn. Yeah, we gonna have to bring food. We gonna have to. That shit's just not working, chat. The other team is just way too squishy, I guess. Gal is a little... Gal is special. And we just do this, I think, to help. Oh, but that sucks, because then who's... We take Gal out and put Gwynifen in, I think. Or... that would be dumb. This is tricky. What if we bring Topaz? Numby could do it? Oh, I think we give this a shot. And then we run run gal on this team. Let's give it a shot.
Infallible. Please stay tuned. We need a strategy.
Let's give it a shot. So, in this situation,
Time to test our rapport.
do this. We set Numby's target to you. We do
The market is unpredictable. Right. Investing in victory means playing the
this, and then we ult, and it'll bring Numby all the way up on the timeline.
Still same old. The mood is set just right.
Numby's gonna break the target, but fire break weakness units are really good. So I think this works out. 70k, not bad. We can do this for free, and it'll bring Numby up on the timeline. And we do this, and boom. Super break damage is terrible,
Easy, Numby.
but it doesn't matter.
Catch up.
Enemy targets detected.
We do this.
Commencing support. Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Really would have liked to have break with Pela, but we take what we can get. We do this, and then whoop. We ult because we need the thing.
Let the valuation begin. Liquidation.
Ooh, realizing maybe I should have brought Robin. Ouch.
Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Take your positions.
A quick divination.
For sure this kills. Okay.
The market is unpredictable. Right! Investing in victory means playing the long game!
The mood is set just let the show begin.
You know, if I was super speed stat, the 190 light cone having ass, I'd be cooking.
Converge and awaken.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna set the target to you. I really want to press the skill button, but I can't. Nice. This is a good target. Hit these three again if you could. Hit these three, please, bro, please. Please, bro. Please, bro. My Pela is so slow. I'm gonna have to. I don't want to, but I have to.
Go Nappy! The market is unpredictable. Right! Investing in victory means playing the long game! Enemy data secured.
We're taking way too long on this. Ouch. Damn, chat. I think this is just where the run ends. is 10. I think we take you out and put you. Ooh, where? Ooh. Chat. The answer was in front of me all along. What we needed was March. Yeah. This is it. This is the run. You may be wondering why Robin's there. We're gonna
Analyze the targets.
blitz these motherfuckers as fast as we can is the idea. Don't know if it'll work, but it's an idea.
Resonate all together. Let the valuation begin.
This is good. So we do this.
The market is unpredictable.
Unbelievably good RNG.
Enemy data secure. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Try that again.
This is good. We ult again.
Not good. Can't run. Listen to the final song of life.
Guess it doesn't matter.
Tonight. So
Yeah, sorry, bro. We're bringing them back up. Whoop.
easy, Numby.
Whoa.
Enemy targets detected. Commencing support. My turn. Enemy data secured. Net marker.
Yep, we gotta welcome the my world. When she plays the long game. Me when I play the long game. This is actually a really bad idea because Pela's right next to, and it's gonna hit both, bro. It could work. We just have to move the team around, bro. God damn, bro. I forgot those motherfuckers hit AoE, bro. March might not be the play. March might not be the play. I lied, chat. I'm sorry. We go back to Fu. Fu's the play. Jep. Oh. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. But look at this, bro. Girl, my Jep is not ready to show up anywhere besides the sidelines. I guess. Hold up. I didn't even know I still had these. We might be able to get something for him. Hold up. Wait a minute. Is this defense? Please tell me this is defense. Okay. Hold up. We might be able to cook a little something. We might be able to cook a little something, chat. Oh, no yikes. No yikes. Trust. We're gonna have to rob March. And I hate the rob March. Hold up. Those are gonna stay at 10. Not. We give him the light cone. All right, chat. we're gonna give it a whirl. We're gonna give it a whirl. We'll see how it goes. I've never used Jep.
I'm with you. Seize the initiative.
Let the show begin.
Yeah, big yikes.
Dangerous thoughts. Resonate all together.
Oh, Tempo. What was your favorite thing that was announced at the direct?
The market is unpredictable. Right. Investing in victory.
Anything go crazy for you?
Not good.
It'll heal. This ends here.
Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Listen to the final song of life.
Yeah.
Tonight.
And it's so crazy because like I on this one I am struggling.
Confiscated. Commencing support.
Hope you're prepared. In the name of Landau, a will forged in ice never falters.
Ooh. It's pathetic ass shields. Bro. Damn game, I'd really like to see the break bar.
Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Yeah, this is a yikes.
This ends
The market is unpredictable. Right. Investing in victory means playing the long game.
We're gonna. Ooh. Hold up. Hold on, wait a minute. The freeze though? We might be able to cook something. We might be able to cook something. To be honest, Heat Wave is killing you. Oof. Hey homie, I hope you are safe.
The market always fluctuates. Whenever you're ready.
I think we do this. Maybe?
Confiscated.
Is that all?
Not good.
We need to kill this thing like yesterday. Oh, brother, dude, brother bear. Oh.
Before you make a plan of action.
Chat, this might be the most excruciating, unfun thing in a gacha game. Jeez Louise. Ooey mama. Okay. What if we bring Yeehaw, man, and we have 2 ways of breaking enemies? I'm gonna do this. Any believers
I'm with you.
Sound lingers.
Locked and loaded.
Yeah, the new Danganronpa also looks
Decided to show up.
really cool. I like the idea. Believer, dang.
Existence is unity.
Thank you, Micah. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Come on, let's do this.
So, oh, it's gonna be so hard getting his shit. Actually, no, because the thing that gives me 2. We do.
There's no reasoning with you bunch anymore.
We're gonna do this.
Load gun. Those who dig their own grave. Bring it on. Time's up.
Grace and elegance. Commencing support. Enemy data net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
There's so many things. I just want all the games on my desk.
Let's duel. There's your reward.
Okay, so we got one. We got the 1 cycle. We're cooking.
Is that all? Waiting in line for a bullet.
We're gonna want to take care of this asshole first.
Bring it on.
There's more to life. Every petal in life's garden, all will be swept away by the wind. Ready for another?
There's no reasoning with you bunch. Those with the loaded gun. Those who dig their own grave.
Ow.
Hope you're prepared.
And we're definitely gonna want to ult.
Forged in ice. Never falters.
We got the fucking freeze on that again?
All you stand still. Time's up.
Look at that. Our boy is popping off. Shoutouts to Yeehaw, man.
Targets detected.
We secure this. We ult.
Data secured. Net markers activated. Time for
350k. We're going crazy. Halo, please don't ruin this for me.
Hope you're prepared.
Respectfully. Oh, I should have skilled, bro. I should have skilled.
Let's duel. Those with the loaded gun. Those who dig their own grave.
This works out. Payla, please. Payla, please. Payla, please. Payla, please. I just ult. Just ult. Just ult. It's not Payla's fault. It's my fault. I just like to point that out.
Commencing support.
It's a me skill issue. I want. Yeehaw, man. Yes, sir. See, you just throw Boot Hill in, and Boot Hill's just gonna yee his haul.
Show your courage.
No, I don't know what I meant by that.
Enemy situation has changed.
Stream forth. Gleam of old.
Yes, sir. Just know the yee was hard.
Trickier to crack.
Another journey begins. On the still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed.
I weep for the departed.
It too shall fall.
Ooh. And then we do it again.
Oblivion.
Ow.
You'll pay for this.
Give me the 50-50. Damn, you didn't.
On the still waters of oblivion.
This is fine, I think. Yeah, that's
you
fine.
took the bait.
I weep for the departed.
I weep for the departed. Bonk, bonk, bonk. And we do this.
That's half the work.
And then we do it again.
On the still waters of oblivion.
This combat needs. This is double speed.
We want to ult as much as possible.
Step up, let's see ya. Nice, like my friends. Indulge yourselves.
Nope, nope. Quit it. Quit it, bro. You're done. Quit it, bro. You weeped for the departed. And now it's your departure. This is where I'm a little worried.
More enemies.
This is where I'm a tad bit worried.
Free will, or was it fate?
We're just gonna.
Another journey begins.
Oh, this sucks. Gonna have to do this. Nice hit. Oh, of course you hit Silverwolf, bro. Oh, I hate life.
Storms on the horizon.
Oh, I hate life.
Stream 4.
Too late. Too late. Sadly, Sylvia's perished.
Trickier to crack.
On still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
I should have healed her on Gal's turn, but I might be a little silly.
Time to mix things up.
Your assistance is timely. Lend me your strength.
Ooh, we got the 50-50. Nice.
On the still waters of oblivion.
Nice, like a good brew. Full-bodied and sweet, my friends.
Do this to get some health. We ult again.
I weep for the departed.
Yeah, that might be the play and take Gal out.
Step up, let's see ya. It ain't over.
I'm gonna try and strong arm this though. Ouch.
Another journey begins. Destined for oblivion.
There's always a weakness.
And then
Lend me your
50-50. Aw, no 50-50 for me, bro.
To guard and defend.
I was really hoping that 50-50 was gonna pull through. That's okay, we still act faster.
In the mood for another beating?
Another journey.
Boom.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Ooh. God damn. So turn order.
I've got a raid to get.
I know you got a raid to get to. We'll get you to the raid. Shadow Legends. And then we do this.
This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed.
So we let this guy attack, and then we ult. That's huge.
For the departed. It too shall fall.
This combat needs optimizing.
We ult again. Oh, Sam's not in the turn order yet.
Step up, let's see ya.
Oh, I used a skill. No, bro. Oh, it's over.
You'll pay for this.
Okay, this might be a bit of a controversial Bronya.
Life's like a good brew. Full, my friends. Indulge yourselves! Implementation.
Can I have fun this time?
Okay.
On the still waters of oblivion. Again.
I'm dead, bro. Ooh. Okay. We're not dead yet. We do this.
Don't worry, it's just a
This
scrape.
battle is unavoidable.
And then we do this.
Strength.
Free will, or was
We
it?
ult.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
We do this. We get the free turn. I don't think we use a skill here. I think skill is kind of silly.
Hasten. We've.
Ow. Ow.
Life's like a good
Okay. We cannot.
This combat needs optimizing.
Well, unless if this gives us health. We can't. It's
Troublesome.
no, wait, let me do this first. No. I should have healed. I should have just healed Bronya, bro. Damn. Yo, we were cooking though. We were cooking though. Damn, that hurts. Okay, so we take out Bronya and put in Fu. Ooh. But Gal puts on a debuff. Or I could run Kafka. I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do these three. I think that's the move. Damn, you hate to see it.
Sound linger. Locked and loaded. Analyze the targets before you. Existence is unity.
Come on, let's do this. Let's duel.
We have to get through this again.
All of you stand still. There's no reasoning with you bunch. Those with the loaded
There's no reasoning with you bunch anymore. Need food? Hey, treat yourself to some food. That goes for everyone else in chat too. Make sure you're hydrated.
This ends here.
Getting some food.
Stay away. Every petal in all will be swept away by the wind.
Appreciate everyone for, you know,
waiting in line for a bullet. Let's do it.
chilling and watching the stream.
There's your reward.
In the name of Len, a will forged in ice never falters.
Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Where the fuck? Okay, Lando's there.
All of you stand still.
Oh no, Joey.
Gun. Those who dig their own grave.
Grace and elegance.
Still 170k.
Hope you're prepared.
Oh, I'm so sad.
Waiting in line for a bullet. Bring it on. Time's up.
Commencing support. Enemy data secured. Net markers activated. Time for a good old counter.
Best of luck making an email for more money. Hey, bro, you earned it. Good luck. I don't know if I can be like used as like a reference or anything, but you know, if anybody you need a vouch, let me know.
Let's do it.
I got your back, bro.
The loaded gun. Those who dig their own grave.
Hopefully they give you that money because you definitely earned it.
Ready for another? Net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Enemy targets detected.
Just because I don't know.
All of you stand still. Bring it on. There's your reward.
This ends here.
God damn, that still didn't fucking get him. Let me know how that goes. You know, obviously when you're not at work.
Storm's on the horizon.
Before I do this, I'm going to be BRB again. It'll be like literally 2 seconds. Oh, my headphones. I told you, chat. I'd be right back. Here I am. About to just leave that up as a source. As my BRB. Please don't.
Stream 4.
This is it. This is the run. We're not going to be able to ult as much with Acheron, which kind of sucks, but I think it'll still work out.
Trickier to crack. Relax.
Bop. And then we ult.
I weep for the departed.
Hey, big preach.
It too shall fall. On still waters of oblivion.
Doesn't matter who we break with, but I still kind of want... Nah, it doesn't matter. Ooh.
Didn't hurt. It came together. Stand still.
Nice. Bwah, bwah.
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom. May as well kill them all.
It's gonna suck because we're basically not. We're gonna have to basic attack with our two quantums. Almost always.
Destined for oblivion.
Except for here would actually be good to take a second. We triggered that. Boop. Get the heal. We get the free trotter.
Say bye to breathing.
We do this. Oh, this is a bit of a tricky decision because I want to get the free energy this guy gives.
More enemies.
Stand still.
This combat needs optimized. This is double speed.
Trickier and trickier by the moment. Oh, but I'm wasting a thing. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Let's ult. That was just unlucky.
Good times, never left. Time to say bye. Boom.
What's on the menu, Micah? What's on the menu for some food?
May as well kill them all.
Relax. Destined for oblivion. I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
A quick divination.
The field's still pretty good, so we're not gonna do that.
Execution.
Oof.
Say bye to breathing.
And yeah.
Good times, never last. Time to say bye. Boom.
No way Kafka dies here.
May as well kill them all.
Implementation.
All things in this human creations.
I actually think this is a good idea.
This is double speed.
That's half the work. On the still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed.
Pumpernickel with butter. I think that's pretty dope.
I see through you.
You know, I am OTBH. I love some fucking. You give me bread. We're best friends. Pumpernickel's bread, right?
Time for a fun.
Free will, or was it fate? Destined for oblivion.
A quick divination.
Relax.
I love it. Yeah, bread's goated.
Time to say bye. Boom.
Mission failed.
God damn. All right, we did it. Now time for more pain. We got him, chat. It may have taken a minute, but we did it. This time for sure, we bring Gwen. Oh, I gotta Gwen. Gwen and Gal. God, that just scares. Oh, and this lineup sucks. We're gonna have to kill her first. like immediately on site. Jep versus Jep would be funny. May the best Jep win. Me personally, I think Jep solos Jep. That's just me though. Yeah, I think this team's just gonna get it done. Or actually just keep Acheron on the team. This team's very SP heavy, but I think it'll get the I think it'll work. And then I don't think we bring Pela here. I think Pela's kind of Pela's gonna get mopped. We keep the Yeehaw guy. We go Robin and HMC. Maybe not Robin. Maybe I'm getting a little overzealous because we're gonna get hit and we're gonna fucking die immediately. We bring Gal. This is my initial team. We'll see how this goes. We're gonna have to kill this stupid fucking... actually... This.
I weep for the departed.
Sent you the tweet of all time. Is it?
Hasten. We've hardly any time left to say farewell.
It's Metroid Prime 4. You are strong. I'm crying. No shot. No shot, brother.
Say bye to breathing.
I'm crying. That's definitely the fucking Switch's reactions to Metroid Prime 4. The way that fucking trailer was looking.
Stand still. Good times. Never time to say bye.
Stand proud. You were strong. What is this I'm feeling right now? I wouldn't know.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Oh, I should have waited, bro.
Relax. All things in this world have their laws. Human creations.
Don't throw the game.
How are you not dead, bro?
Say bye to breathing.
On the still waters of oblivion.
Stand still.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Please?
Another
What?
journey begins.
I forgot to set the field back up, bro. Okay, we can't.
Together as one.
May as well kill them all.
Chat, this is why I couldn't do gacha streams all the time. My idiocy would be put on the front end way too much. Motherfuckers would cook me. Oh, brother, dude. Oh, brother, dude. the whole gacha community would look at me and be like, bro, who let this dumbass play games? Actually, hot take. I'm gonna do this. Oh, that was probably the worst target you could have taken from me, bro. I can't believe you do this.
On the still waters of oblivion.
I see through you. Human creations.
Boing. Ow.
Say bye to breathing.
You're right.
Calculating result.
Calculating result.
Free will, or was it fate? Destiny for oblivion.
A quick divination.
Stand still.
Forget your wallet?
I weep for the departed.
And then we break.
It too shall fall.
Svarog fucks me up just all the damn time.
On the still waters of oblivion.
Good times. No time to say bye. Boom.
Reinforcing.
Oh, brother, I should have held my ult.
Yin and yang.
High-risk individual.
Oh, brother, dude.
May as well kill them all.
The fight wasn't supposed to go on this long, bro. Oh, okay.
And awaken.
This works.
Creations. Turn out your pockets.
This works. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Relax.
Come feast your Happy New Year.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall. Free will, or was it fate? Destined for oblivion.
We're good for now. We're kind of running on E.
Evaluating variables.
That's fine.
Another journey.
Good times never last. Time to say bye. Boom.
Don't like how many turns we have left for...
Stand still.
I weep for the departed.
Team 2, but it's whatever. We'll take what we can get.
Locked and loaded.
Sound linger.
Please stay tuned. We need a strategy.
Eternal.
I forgot what these motherfuckers do. They're like, they just Oko Jep. And for what?
Bring it on.
I don't think I can save Jep. Or not Jep. I don't think I can save Gal. I think Gal's just dead.
Rhythm get messed up.
I think Gal's just dead.
The mood is set. Let the show begin.
And for what?
Every petal in life, all will be swept away by the wind.
All of you stand still.
I'm shocked.
Nice like a good brew. Full, my friends. Indulge yourselves.
You're gonna full heal anyways.
Bring it on.
They should have killed my goat, bro. They should have killed him. They weren't ready.
Let's do it.
They weren't ready for my goat to just absolutely fuck it up.
Those with the loaded gun. Those who dig their own grave. Waiting in line for a bullet.
Almost 400K.
Time to mix things up. I'm guessing that
Some
was
value, I suppose.
Stay focused. Take courage.
Ooh.
Stand still. Bring it on. In the mood for another beating?
Existence is unity.
In the name of preservation.
Yeah, bro, you fucked up. Anyways, hey. Hey, bro, you fucked up. You should have killed.
Waiting in line for a bullet. Time's up. Nice like a good brew, my friends.
We're about to jump your ass.
Indulge yourselves. All of you stand still. Let's duel. There's your reward.
Goodbye. Oh, Boot Hill's so good, chat. Easy peasy. Is the easiest thing I've ever done. The past, present, and eternal shadow. Oh, it's these motherfuckers. Oh, we lost. Never mind, we lost. Hey, GG's. Hey, GG's. We'll get them next time, bro. We'll get them next time. Whoa. Oh, we can't win. These three? And I gotta fight two of them before that? We lose. we just lose. Yeah, I don't know how to tell you this, but we're fucking dead. We can't win this. This is an unwinnable matchup. We just lose. We just lose. We can't win. We not winning this one, Chad. Keep it a buck with you. We lose this. We don't win these. Which one? This one. I should just level these up. Truth be told, we're just gonna level this. We'll just level it, let it rock. That's good. Well, I'll take that. That's fine. Luca, gimme. Oh, brother bear. This is even worse because I gotta give you this and this. dot and a bada bam. Chat, it's not beautiful, but we'll... The fuck am I getting? This is what I'm going in. We might just take what we can get. And if we win, we win. If we don't, we don't. And then we might call it a stream there.
Locked and loaded.
Please stay tuned.
Cause
We need a strategy.
I'm not feeling confident.
Let's duel. All you stand still. There's no reasoning with you bunch anymore. Those with the loaded gun, those who dig their own grave. Time's up.
Rhythm get messed up. The mood is set. Just let the show begin.
In the mood for another beating?
We gotta save Clara.
I'll never forget
like a good
you.
brew, my friends. Indulge yourselves!
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Step up, let's see ya. It ain't over.
Direct raid.
That kind of sucks.
Waiting in line for a bullet. Let's duel. There's your reward.
Take that. We take that every day of the week.
Time to mix things up.
Great teamwork.
I'm not afraid of you.
Eliminating threat. Bring it on. Time's up.
And then we do this.
Loaded gun. Those who dig their own grave. There's your reward.
Rhythm get messed up.
We're gonna need the trotter anyways. Oh, here we go, chat. This is where it gets ugly.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Sora.
Bring it on. Time's up. All of you stand still.
I forgot. What does this one do? Self-destruct. What's your ability? It applies a barrier to enemy. All friendly units while in soul freed. So we kind of want to wait. Oh no, bro.
There's no reasoning with you bunch anymore.
Take the barrier.
Those with the loaded gun, those who dig their own grave. Let's duel. Rise to the challenge.
The mood is set. Just let the show begin.
I don't think I've used my skill with HMC, so I can do this.
Time to mix things up. Nice,
I'll
like
never
a good
forget
brew.
you.
Full-bodied, my friends. Indulge yourselves.
I'm not afraid of you.
Pledge thy loyalty. As you command. Put forth all your might.
Hmm.
As you command. Waiting in line for a bullet.
There's your reward.
Rhythm get messed up. Dreams do come true.
How's this taste?
I'm guessing that was free.
Behold.
All right, chat.
Duel commence.
I need to be brave.
Eliminating threat.
Bring it on. Time's up. All of you stand still.
Oh, brother.
Bunch anymore. Those with a loaded gun. Those who dig their own grave. Let's duel.
Yeah, I should have killed him. I should have killed him.
In the mood for another beating? Nice, like a good brew, my friend.
That's on me. Oh, I think I threw chat.
Rise to the challenge. Confess.
Yeah, I think.
The mood is set. Let the show begin.
There's your reward.
Oh, brother, there's no way. Oh my God.
Having trigram on both ends. The third to last line says.
Oh, the fact that we made it through that.
Day for public service. And overtime.
Oh my God. I should not have lived.
Sound lingers.
Holy.
Eternal.
Holy.
This song's for you.
Turn it up. I see through you.
Mama. No matter what happens in this cycle, I don't care.
Yin and yang.
I'm good.
Every
Wee, wee, woo, woo, woo.
swept away by the wind.
Keep up. Take this. Shape of Taishu. Rise, Phoenix.
Ooh.
Dodge this.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
Turn it up. It came together.
The damage is just not there, chat.
Creations.
I'd need another boot hill.
This song's for you.
Keep up.
Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
Turn it up.
Oh yeah, we're definitely dead. And Fu's out cold. Yeah, bro. It's a wrap. But you know what? That whole first turn. That whole first patch was just, that was just too good. I don't care.
I see through you. Converge and awaken.
Pretty good crowd today.
I'll hold the L.
Turn it up. You're not going anywhere. Yin and yang. No matter. Existence is unity. Let me through. Dodge this. Take this. Shape of Taishu. Rise.
Oh, I actually should have did basic attack and then that's on me. I fucked up.
Keep up. Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it.
Let's rock. It came together.
The show must go on.
I'll keep going. But
You're not going anywhere.
I have no way of breaking this unit. Oh. I shouldn't have brought Serval, bro. Who let me do that?
Infallible. Sound lingers.
Can't stop the rock.
Eternal. I won't surrender.
Turn it up. Ready to lose yourself? You can fight it or rock with it. Keep up.
It came together.
Okay. And then we do this. Above.
That's it.
Every petal in life's garden.
All will be swept away by the
I should have held it until I was ready to break something.
This song's for you. Turn it up.
We ult again.
Or rock with it.
It came together. Dodge this. Take this. Shake, rise, Venus. There's more to life.
Dear mama. Why is there not more?
Let me through. Dodge this.
Keep up. Turn it up.
I probably should have waited for the other guy to get up.
You can fight it or rock with it.
Together as one. Human creations.
Ooh.
You're not going anywhere. Some value, I suppose. Existence is unity.
Ow. Okay. We're definitely not gonna get a 20 cycle.
There's more to life.
But
Pretty good crowd today. Keep up. Ready to lose yourself?
You can fight it or rock with it. No more playing nice. Dodge this. I see through you.
Ah. The fact that we might just beat it in general, I could take that. Mm. Oh. Why did I put Shushang on the team, bro?
Go again. He who strikes first.
I should have just did Kafka and fucking Winifin. Oh, and I'm not gonna get a run like that with Boot Hill again with that RNG. It doesn't matter. I don't get any of my damage.
All will be swept away by the wind.
Bro, I was thinking of the later after this, bro. I wasn't thinking about the other one. It's impossible, chat. It's impossible. Bro, why can't I just start from the second half? Why do I gotta do the first half again? Chat, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I don't even want to do this. I want to do it again, bro. That shit is some booty ass cheeks. I don't really want to do it again, bro.
Nice.
It has been a great run. Oh yeah, you know I gotta keep this one on. This doesn't change. We keep Wildfire on. I can't, it's just, oh, it hurts. It's so painful. I wish it was more fun. It's, you know, honestly, when I do MOC, I might stream it because streaming it has been way more fun than doing it myself. So, you know, maybe we'll pick a time at some point to do that. Oh, my fucking Withering Waves resin time is fucked though. So maybe I'll just stream my MOC runs from now on. That way it gives me an incentive to do it. I can talk shit about how stupid they are, how much of a dog shit endgame idea it is. And that's without even talking about pure fiction. Chat, we're not doing pure fiction ever. Nothing on stream could make me want to do pure fiction on stream. You couldn't pay me enough. Uh-oh. We hit a low buffer rate. Okay, we're back up. Also, chat, be honest with me. If I were to swap to Withering Waves right now, do we care? Do people want to stick around and watch that? Because it's going to be like 10 minutes of just waiting for the game to start up. in. Chat, we care. Yo, treat yourself, treat yourself. I wouldn't mind helping out. But this is probably going to be the end of the Star Rail arc for now. And then we'll do Wuthering Waves, and then I'll call it. How's that sound, chat? Kill my world boss for you? I think I can actually. Can I not? I could help you out. In this bleakness. Okay. I might be a real content creator and stream my Firefly pulls, all 30 of them. When does it's at like 10, isn't it, that it comes back up? Boop. Firefly's banner. Sure. Oh, brother, don't close my game. Twitch is telling me to put up goals. So, chat, we have some goals. If you could do me a huge, solid, you know, follow the channel. Big Preach, share it with your friends. Oh, my eardrums. This is actually way too loud. Sorry, chat. Wuthering Waves is booting up. We have to wait for the file's integrities. Bring it down. Share it with your friends. And if you want to, you're so inclined, subscribe to the Twitch. You got Twitch Prime, would be a big preach. Primers in chat. Sub to the YouTube. I don't have any videos up yet, but I'm figuring out something. I'd like to get to, let's see, what's today? We're at the 18th. So I got about like a week left. I'd like to get to 100 subs on YouTube. That'd be cool. Like 51. If we could get the 200 followers on Twitch, that'd be cool. 10 subs. Woohoo! You know, just you know, I'm trying to take this serious. Somebody actually sub. Hello? Ooh. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I have the thing in, I saw that in real time. Thanks for the support and your belief in me. Also, chat, how would we feel about, so like one thing I was thinking of, and it thinking just like off the top of my head, especially with like Sparking Zero coming out, and like I really wanna dive in head first with that, because like that's an obvious. How do we feel about Dragon Ball content on the channel? Like maybe like Budokai Tenkaichi 4 stuff. Maybe like a couple Dragon Ball playthroughs. Also, we love to see the timeline popping off for Metroid and Zelda. Everybody's loving Metroid Prime 4 and the new Zelda, and we love to see it. Absolute banger games. Chat, I'd also love to play TOTK again on stream. I'm waiting for the rando, but I'm kind of getting a little impatient. I'm getting a little impatient. There's a lot I want to do, chat. A little too much, one might say. It's just a big dub. Also want to play all the Mario and Luigi games. Well, most of them. Oh, Mario Party. Ooh. Yeah, I just want to do all the things on stream. Shit is just so goated. The only way the direct could have been better is if we got a Luigi's Mansion 4 announcement. Oh, rewatching the trailers again is so good. Nintendo's so godlike. Oh. Ah, man. Oh, I need more. I need more of all the good stuff. I hope truly that Donkey Kong makes a comeback. I need Donkey Kong to make a comeback. I'd love to play DK64 on the channel. Ooh. There's just so many games. Yeah, we're wuthering some waves. Because I was not about to do Pure Fiction. And then you know, we'll be calling it ye olden stream. It's been almost 4 hours, chat. This is our first official stream back, and it's a Nintendo Direct. Some Star Rail, some Gacha stuff. Oh, Micah, do you know when Firefly's banner is dropping? Is it 10? I forget, because like it's got a patch, right? So I imagine it's going down for maintenance until like 11 or 12. I always ask this every patch, but what can I say? You know, I'm a silly NB. I forgot. What is it? My brain calculating, forming sentence. I always forget the way Hoyoverse like patches and updates their games. It's a constant What the Sigma? Stuck on loading screens? Nah. Sadly, Wuthering Waves takes forever to load into. It's at least a like 10-minute extravaganza. What's up, Celius? How's it going, homie? I hope it gets faster soon, but damn. Yeah, it's been a while, homie. I hope you've been well. I hope life is treating you good. We're finally getting into the groove of streaming again. Might let us in, actually. Hey. This is the Wuthering Waves experience. This game has a lot of optimizations to do. But I hope it's done soon. Going been at PAX West and East, interviewing devs. Not an indie. Wait. Damn, you've been interviewing folks. Now an indie content creator. You, let's go. That's huge. Indie games are sick. I haven't played a bunch recently. But indie games are always cool. They're always doing stuff. Most recent one I played was Nightmare Cart. Shoutouts to Content Warning. Does that count? That's an indie game, right? I get so confused on the definition of indie game. Lament. We have Zhao at home. I didn't roll him, but yeah, shoutouts to Bunlith. Maybe I'll play that on stream sometime because that's been fun. She the way she handled that was really good. Love her work. Without public investment or private equity investments. Gotcha. Oh, don't crash. Don't crash on me, game. From BlackRock, etc., etc. Gotcha. Big preach on the definition, because like I said, I don't know what, because like apparently Dave the Diver wasn't an indie game, or was an indie game, but people were saying it wasn't. Baldur's Gate 3 is an indie game. Oh, okay. That's huge. I didn't know that. I thought they had help from Sony. Or not Sony. Who was it? I thought they had help from somebody. I think I got most of their in-house. Working for, but they are, oh, okay. Shoutouts to FNAF. Huge shoutouts to FNAF. I'd love to play those, oh, they are not owned by those companies. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'd love to play the FNAF games on stream. Sadly, the jump scares are too loud. And there's no mods or anything to quiet them down except for Security Breach. So maybe we'll play Security Breach sometime. Well, when it goes on sale. I don't own it. Okay. Now we gotta let the game load. Turn them down. Yo, true. I'll go into the game. Actually, you know, Scott and I are great friends. We go way back. I'll have him update the game for volume sliders. Now you may be asking, is all this stuttering, you know, normal? The answer is yes, sadly. This stuttering is normal. Just gotta get past the 56% hump and I'm free. Bags. Hit me up. I don't have too many. Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely in the market for helping create, like, you know, people need help creating content. Super down. I can let you know my schedule. What we can figure something out. Got into Final Fantasy 14. I wish I could stay into Final Fantasy 14. Whew, that game is a bit expensive, and I also I don't know, I can never stick with it. People say you need like friends and stuff to play it with, but I don't know. My priorities in gaming at the moment are kind of weird. I really kind of want to stick to learning randomizers and stuff. BRB, you got it, Tempo. Synthesizer, upgrade any resonator. $10 hours rolling for an SSR? Nah, no rolls today. I did my rolls already. Usually we play 14. Yeah, that's true. If I ever get like back into it, you know, I definitely hit people up in here. You want the redhead, but your luck sucks? Mine was pretty much guaranteed. Yeah, the demo gives you 3 expansions to work with and just kind of go. But I always go, damn, I could be practicing a randomizer, speed tricks and stuff. Adventures. Chat, you see that? We got to get prepared for some adventures. Shoutouts to spelling errors. Maybe Kuro will give us another 10 roll for free. We're just going to synthesize one of these. No! No! Stop! Okay. And then this is done. And then tomorrow we can get this. Woohoo! Saved up so many rolls when the game first came out, and now I got nothing. Let's check the old guidebook. We can do cooking real quick. It's like right over here. Oh, brother, I love when the screen lags and it eats my input. That's what was supposed to happen. I wasn't supposed to fall there. Hold up, let me cook. Yeah, like my goal, like kind of at the moment, is to just kind of do randomizers and stuff like that. That's what I really want to get into. Before the month goes out, I really want to do a OTMM rando. And then I want to kind of jump into some speedrun stuff. Just like casual things. Nothing crazy. You know, showing up on other people's channel would be cool. Get some videos. I don't know what. I'll probably chop up this stream for highlights. Like, I'll probably post my direct reactions. And I'll probably do a video on MOC stuff. More like meme-y. And maybe do videos of those. I have a lot of things I've got to do. Oh, I gotta drop flowers off. Gotta put, yeah. That was crazy. We're definitely posting that. Knowing my ass, I'm gonna get fucking cooked. How do you have HMC and Ruan Mei and you're not, or you have HMC and all these characters and you're not living? What do you mean you didn't zero cycle it? Me personally, I would have just won. Oh. Okay. Maybe. Send me your relics? Literally. Put them in my account, please. I'll do it. I'll do it, trust. Excuse me, pardon me. All right. Go on, get on out of here. Now I have to figure out what the fuck I want to do with my resin. I'm gonna do weekly stuff. You can complete a tacit field. How many am I at? 4, 6. Yeah, I can finish this up real quick. You just go over here. Sorry, bunny. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Whoops. And oh. What? I. Whoop. Oh, that's hella fucking rude. Why bro just decided to pop up like that? I have no idea. Hit me. Ooh. This game's so sick. The combat never really gets old for me, chat. Play my game for me. Give me 1 sec. And I could join your world. I just gotta finish this Tacit field. I think it's just called Tacit. I don't know what the fuck. Ooh. Ooh. Would be a damn shame if somebody parried that. Ooh. And you're dead. Ooh. I said you're dead. Thank you. Let me swap to this. Whoa. There you go. Are you like logged in? Gotta be a sucker working 9 to 5. Damn. Hey, I'm trying to be like you. I wanna have a job. Yo, having a job sounds good. Good luck with work. Oh, fuck. There we go. You are in a storyline right now. I can't join. It will not let me join. I passed by a lion and won't shut the fuck up. That's tragic, bro. It's a damn shame. Let me know when you're out of the thing. Free. Let's give it another shot. Oh. You're still in the storyline, apparently. Oh, there we go. The game apparently thought you were in a storyline. Now I just gotta load in, which could take eons. Shoutouts to 65%. Gotta be my favorite. 65%. Damn. Gotta go cook dinner? Hey, appreciate you for hanging out, Micah. I hope that the food is good. Curry chicken. Woo! That sounds good. With some rice too? Sheesh. Yeah, I got the spoilers powers. I do. I mean, I can swap if you want me to. This should just go crazy. Sadly, it's like right at the end. It's on that fucking Star Rail shit. Hey, I appreciate it, Micah. I hope to see you, you know, in chat. I appreciate you showing up, showing the support. Everybody's been so nice to me coming back. You got me kicking my feet like I'm on the kindergarten playground. Let's see. Where did you go? Where did, oh. I was about to wait. What in the? Where did you go? Till next time. We'll find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Oh yeah. I don't think we can do this co-op, can we? I tried doing this with Blue and it wouldn't let me. Yeah. I don't know why they did that. Well, I know why, but I don't know why. Inferno Rider? Yeah, we can do Inferno Rider. Oh, cook that motherfucker. That is a cool, what is it? Echo to get. Wait up. Where did you go? I saw a shiny. What? You saw a shiny Echo? Damn. I'm trying to be like you one day. Oh, Inferno Rider. Oh, I wish you could swap team members. Not that I would, but for some reason that's just a thing you can't do when you're in co-op. You're hard committed to who you pick. And I think that's pretty dumb. Ouch. Ooh. That was a fight. It was indeed a fight of epic proportions. Real time, yeah, that is true. I don't know. Thanks. Typing. Does it work better? Oh. Oh, what are you going Right, yeah. Shoutouts to Wuthering Waves working like that. I love having to tab out of games. Time to unlock the whole map. Facts. Goodbye. Come back next time. I definitely spent a whole day unlocking the whole map and all of its things. What the? Okay. Find that. I wonder, can I just... I am a box. Excellent. Even do the whole puzzle. Ah, there's just so much map. Absolutely eclipsed. Shoutouts to being level 70. Looks like there's some some training to do. I wish co-op was better. Oh, shoutouts to Alto. Alto is super cool. I love Alto. Ah, this is for World Quest. have to do that. I don't think I can help with that. Oh shit. Woohoo! All right, what else do we got? Ooh, grab these. You'll probably want to stay out of this place. Unless you already... Oh, did you already do it? Oh, yeah. This place is poisonous. We will perish. Let's go. I love the movement in this game. Shit goes dummy. Yeah, sadly, this is also part of the world quest. Whip, whip, whip. Yeah, these things are like tied to world quests that you gotta do. Hey, you just let me know. Yeah, sadly, like I said, the co-op in this game it's passable. I wish it was better. But I definitely could help you fight like character ascension bosses that you need. Because sadly, oof, can't do much else. Such is the gacha game. Oh, I'll clear this for you. then I will bid your world a farewell. Because alas, the co-op just... Oh, when are we getting a gacha game with good co-op? When I catch up, I believe. I believe. We're gonna grab. We'll just do this. We'll just fight the guy. I'd like to get Chixia to 70. Be cool. I should actually level this guy. But I just don't care. I'd definitely be down to help. Where the game will let me. Oh, how does that not? Oh, come on.